Okay, back with more Monkey Ball Banana Mania. I am horrifyingly bad at this game. It is one of the games I've struggled with most, and I never was under the impression that this series was difficult at all, but I really struggle to just kind of understand what's happening. I can't really tell the difference between moving the stage and moving the monkey most of the time. So we'll see. This could be a disaster, though. So we were on Clock Tower Factory and trampolines. It might make sense for me to go back to an earlier stage. Should be fine. The game might be a bit quiet. We'll see here once the stage starts. Yeah, it's quiet. Let me know if this ends up being too loud. Oh boy. It definitely makes it harder for me that I can plausibly pretend like I'm controlling the monkey instead of controlling the stage. It makes it difficult for my brain to follow what's happening, I guess. Thanks. It is kind of interesting, and I mentioned this a lot last episode, but the way the levels aren't really like levels intended to like increase in difficulty. It's just like, hey, this is a cool shape. Maybe this is a level, right? And so you frequently get stuff that's like insanely difficult and then a level that's actually quite trivial. Overshot. Yeah, to me, this game has more in common with, like, getting over it with Bennett Foddy or any one of those, like, you know, frustration platformers. I haven't played Jump King. I've heard that's another one. This is not from the 90s, though. Oh, I apparently turned on helper mode by accident. That's actually not very helpful at all. Can I turn helper function off? Maybe one level, that would be great. Had Dole branding? That's really funny. Not something I'm looking forward to about Final Fantasy 15, the like camping gear and cup noodles branding. It's repulsive to me. One run that was kind of close. I was really starting to think last episode that I have like some kind of like relative motion blindness. I don't know if it's just an artifact of the game being as zoomed out as it is, but shit. Pink means it's selected. Okay. Well, got up to the third platform and fell immediately. Don't think just go this part. I might be able to launch all the way forward and skip the two interstitial ones if I'm quick enough. Let's see. I don't know why sometimes I get way more height. Okay, I'm not going to try to do that. I struggle because I physically can't tell what's happening a lot of the time. Last time I was so bad that's like Spiky booted up the game and like did a quick first try run of one of the levels I was really struggling with. It made me think, yes, I do have some kind of like sensory disability that makes this game impossible. Okay, well, personal best. Wait, get out of the way of the bouncy. I guess maybe there's sometimes situations where I'm like, God damn it. Need to rotate the stage to catch me, and if my brain is in the mode of interpreting that I'm using the stick to move the ball, then it's very hard for me to notice when that's a request of me, right? If I could just like try to unfocus my eyes and stare at the horizon or something, maybe that would help, but the camera's kind of all over the place too. Hey Bucky, how you doing? Oh, it still bounces at the top. Oh my god. Able to recover it. I tried like letting my eyes cross there so that I wasn't looking at the ball and I had a little bit of a better time, so I'll try to keep doing that. So for me, it's like there's a perception that the games are tricky, but then there's the perception that like every time I win, it's through like random chance. Not due to Any changes on my end? I'm just really trying not to look at the monkey. Just trying to stare at, like, the staircase on the edge of the map. Let's see if I can navigate entirely through peripheral vision here. Oh, this really gave me trouble in an earlier level that was like this. Still trying to stare at the horizon. I feel like there was a bona fide perception issue that it would have revealed itself in another game that I've played. Yeah, so like managing the rotation you can't control on this thing is crucial to passing the stage. But if I don't carefully stare at the horizon, if I look at Monkey Ball, I literally can't tell that it's tilted at all, right? It looks like a flat surface to me. I can obviously tell it's tilted when I'm not on it. This looks completely flat to me, but I can look away from it and then tell that it's tilted to the left and try to, like, force myself to correct for a thing that my brain isn't seeing. Okay, well, that's good. Oh boy. How do I dismount from that thing? Too fast. Okay. That was much easier than the previous stage. Linear seesaws. Oh god. Well, that I really can't see. I wonder if I can just bypass the stage by going really fast and slowing down right toward the end. Calculated. I don't think that's intentional. I don't think you're supposed to be able to do that. Get him, Monkey Ball characters. Maybe we said those like things on the TV are like adaptations of the cutscenes from the original. Serial jump. Oh god. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Is that pink one the exit? That's cool that it's like a Stanford Taurus. Okay, so I feel like the only thing that makes sense is I have to get on one of these rings and then spin around it so that I have like angular momentum that's conserved while I'm falling so I don't immediately bounce off of one of the lower bowls and fall to my death. I don't have... So if I'm falling towards that pink exit, I'm going the wrong way, right? Maybe another one where I have to watch somebody beat the level. I don't have any, like, as soon as I end up on the ring, I fall straight down immediately. Like, it looks like the ring is aligned to let me go around in circles in it, but as soon as I touch it, I just fall like a stone, right? I get bounced. Okay, that time I was able to clear it slightly, but I felt like nothing was different. More speed going into the ring. That was like one time I touched the ring and I was able to ride on it without dropping like a stone immediately. I don't know what I did to deserve that. Fuck. Oh, I'll be all ready for 4 hours of this level. Because even when I land on the ring that has the exit on it, I don't know how I can possibly be stable enough to fit through the goal there. Like, in order for this to be possible, do I need to fall into the blue exit? I can't, like, get on that ring and then adjust and get on the exit, right? If I'm on the ring and not falling through the exit tape, then I've already lost. Seems to be the case. So if I go left instead of right... Can't even seem to grab onto the platform if I go left. think another thing unrelated to whether or not I have a sensory disability with relative motion is the feeling that this game is super dependent on muscle memory for you to eventually succeed. And it's very possible to choose a route or a strategy that's actually like physically, mathematically impossible, but to not realize that it's impossible and not want to try to experiment with something else, because even just turning left a couple times there to try with Terran said completely broke my ability to land on the blue platform, which I was doing somewhat consistently before then. I think we established that everything is like super deterministic, right? So if you make exactly the same inputs in the level every time, you'll always pass it. Okay, I didn't deserve that. I happened to slide through it. I guess I haven't done a single level where I felt like I deserved it. Cross floors. Okay, no holding straight forward. Yeah, exactly. Things don't rotate at all, they rotate very slowly. Ugh. I think I have to like go opposite to the platform each time as I get on it, but then not bounce, jump off of the intersection point. Be very interested to see if there are other entries in this series or attempts by indie devs that have the physics just a little bit different, right? I always think about the videos from the Celeste devs and all the little, like, very minor things, tweaks they had to make to what precise frames certain moves came out, how long of a cooldown you had in between moves, right, to get it to feel perfect, and that the one frame would make a difference. Yeah, exactly. Like if I don't navigate the intersection between these panels at exactly the right angle, it launches me up and then I'm dead. And I can't recover. Because I need forward momentum to not slide down the side. Try crossing my eyes again. Basically, I'm never permitted to touch the center, but I've only ever made it past the first intersection. Because if I avoid the center... Here we go. PB. I guess I'm supposed to be envisioning like a perfect line that I can't deviate from, not even like a single tile on any of these checkerboard patterns. As soon as I bump anything, I've already lost enough momentum that I'm just dead. No recovering. I feel like they're trying to suggest that I should do this at as close to top speed as possible. Once I get to the third one, I'm already too slow to clear the fourth one. I'm gonna try turning this on just to see where they put the arrows, and then I'll turn it off. That is fucking useless. Are they serious? Yeah, no shit, game. Thank you. Okay, well, it's not as helpful as I was hoping. I'm open to tips if anyone has any. I'm imagining that the solution is like a very narrow line drawn across all these platforms. That if you're a few pixels to the left of it or right of it, you've lost. Oh, let me turn that off. My bad. Like folks have been not wanting to share stuff lately. I've been like directly asking Minecraft questions. Might be because it's content that was only added relatively recently. Oh really? They sometimes require that? There are bananas back here. I guess, are there ever levels that strictly require you to back up to be able to succeed? That's a pretty substantial hit to my starting muscle memory if I have to back up for a couple seconds each time. This one doesn't require it. Okay. Minimal chaos if I just start pushing forward immediately, but good idea. It might have made enough of a difference there. This level feels impossible. That went better. Oh, yeah, I'm trying. Very hard to not bump into the center. Yeah, I feel like I always just run out of momentum, even if I get particularly far. I'm just traveling too slow now to be able to continue to clear them. And I'm dead. I wonder what other like forms of feedback they could add to the game that could make my brain understand it better. I think it's probably knowable when you're doomed, like the frame that you're doomed. The frame where all combinations of inputs don't matter because the force of gravity is going to pull you to the bottom, period. Maybe if your model started like flashing black or something, or was slightly tinted red, the moment you did the frame you became doomed, that would be helpful. Sometimes I'm doomed much sooner than I think I am. Okay, sometimes something will like cognitively click for a second on a run where I'm like, okay, I know what I should be pressing now. Pretty too slow, yeah. I think I'm trying to get to the outer middle edge of each panel. Like zigzag between the outer middle edges of each of them, maybe. That'd be really nice. If anyone ever encounters an indie monkey ball that sets out to make the game feel as good as possible, please let me know. I'd be very interested. Already dead. Instead of the helper mode trying to give you arrows, I wish it showed you, instead of pointing arrows of directions to rotate, I wish it had arrows pointing down at like points you should be trying to hit, right? I think that's what's actually going on here, is that I should be thinking about hit the middle of this one, hit the middle of this one, hit the middle of this one, middle outside, middle outside. Well, it's PB at least. Keep getting bound further and further to the inside, and it gets harder and harder to touch the edge. Okay, something happened there where I was able to recover momentum a little bit, but I don't know if I can reproduce it. Oops. It's a Xbox One analog stick. Gyro would at least force you to consider the way the stage is tilting, I think. Unfortunately, the default controls for an analog stick make it so that when you push the stick, it appears that the monkey is just moving based on the direction you're pushing. It's just that that's not true in certain very important junctures. Dead. I think this game also has, this level is a good example of it, an issue of error propagation. It's related to being doomed, but you can make an error on the first panel that doesn't reveal itself until like the 5th panel. Right, the error has already cost you enough momentum that you're not going to drop like a rock and die immediately. You'll still be able to make it a couple more panels with good input, but you're already dead at the moment you touch the wrong part. It's a game about chaos theory. I think you can actually see my controller inputs, right? Because that's what the arrow is in front of the ball. It's literally direction I'm tilting the stick. Right, left. That's an accessibility option that I turned on. The game was impossible until I turned it on. Dead. That was a pretty good try, though. Yeah, I just cannot. Like, it's getting harder and harder for me to reach the outside edge of the rectangle. I think it shows magnitude, right? All the way, slight, all the way, slight. Gotta make the anime visual novel RTS Persona-like 100-hour monkey ball game. I don't hate this, I don't get it, and it's frustrating to not get it with juggling. I felt like that might have been close. Yeah, I keep having it happen where it's like, oh, I feel like that was closer, but it's actually just as doomed as every other attempt, right? Even if it didn't end the game immediately, if it was able to show a replay that revealed what input caused you to become doomed. Reset in a second. Arc down and transition platforms as close to the intersection as possible. Anytime you fall from one platform to another, any appreciable distance, that's costing you momentum. Yeah, it's like I need to touch the outer edge and then aim for the center, basically. Oh, there we go. Actually, Terran, that got it for me, thank you. That's what I mean by I wish that the helper mode was, instead of telling you arrows of directions to push, it pointed like, go here, go here, go here, go here, right? I feel like that's what the game is actually about. It's not... I mean, there's also precise input, but I feel like more crucial than inputting things precisely is the routing aspect. It's very difficult to route. Seriously? This is the next level after the one I just did? I know I'm not winning, but it looks like it's quite a bit easier. Though I think I need to take Dramamine. That would make me dizzy. Happen to have some at the stream office for Wolfenstein. I feel like I need to clear the gate before I have to deal with the spinning, or it's already too late. Yeah, exactly. I was wondering if like just being able to be zoomed out a little bit would make a substantial difference in my success rate here. I feel like they put you so close to the ball that it makes it really difficult for me to tell the difference between the monkeys sliding versus me tilting the stage. And they have the little like mini map in the corner, which I think is supposed to help with that, but it's actually completely useless. I don't know if it's just the angle they present it at. I almost need like a side view of that, I feel like. Okay, so I think if I slow down a bunch there. Angular momentum. If we stop and then go forward, there we go. Still much easier. Chipped pipes. Yeah. Katamari gives you first-person look and zoom out that are literally never useful. Yeah, I think I would totally play this game, you know how sweaty people play MMOs with the zoom is maximum all the time, so you're just looking at little ant people constantly and never seeing your characters. I would play this at ant zoom if I could. Oh, I wonder if I can just cheese that by bouncing. It'd be great if they tried to use the bananas. Like, even without helper mode, if they just place bananas at, like, points that you're actually anticipated to touch, it feels like the bananas are there to, like, make it harder. It would be a really interesting experiment to just mod that level I was really struggling with before and change nothing about it, but just put a banana at the outside edges and at the inside intersection, right? To kind of draw the player's eye to the line that they're supposed to be taking. The camera. I need to like turn off the auto follow camera in there to have any chance. I think that's another thing. I think the direction you press, the camera matters. I don't know how else to describe it. There's certain games where like if you hold up and then you rotate the camera around your character so that, you know, you're running toward the camera. As long as you're still holding up, you don't have to adjust your input. Your character will just keep running forward until you let go of the stick and then input again, and then you have to hold down to bring it toward the camera. But in this game, it's not absolute like that. It's like inputs are constantly relative to the camera. But I don't have full control of the camera, which is a nightmare. Just review. There is not like a fixed camera option, right? I feel like I checked this last time, but it feels crazy that there's not one. There is definitely not, okay. Yeah, maybe I get in the half pipe and then I roll back and forth to get speed to clear each of the little holes, but... Your options are having a camera or closing your eyes, and electing to not have a camera. This would actually probably be a pretty good candidate for a PS5 HD rumble system, right? If you could give me a lot of rumble feedback, that would be fantastic. Rumble more heavily the closer I am to Doomed, you know? I'm actually befuddled with this level. I can bounce jump over one gap. I don't think I can ever get more than 2 gaps max. The bouncing is coming from falling onto the platform. Okay, so I maybe just learned something. Maybe I need to like drop into the first half pipe. kind of smoothly drop in there. Oh, God. All right, so that helps. I might be able to do it then. Yeah, exactly. So like put a banana instead of in the center of this platform at the top of the half pipe there. Maybe that's another thing that's giving me problems. My brain is just so trained to expect that coins and bananas and shit exist to be conveyance to make the level more reasonable. But I think that they're almost all placed in the worst possible spot, except maybe the initial line at the beginning. Maybe I should just look for the negative space around the bananas. They're placed for aesthetics, yeah. Should be in the center of this platform. I think I have nearly 40 years of intuition telling me the bananas should help you determine where you should be going. That's failing me pretty badly here. Banana's completely orthogonal to ideal routing. Yeah. I know, right? Hurts. Turns out it's really hard if I intuit something works a certain way to just manually override that intuition every single time. Game is about drawing sine waves of variable frequency and amplitude. Okay, that time I succeeded by crossing my eyes and looking at the horizon and not at the ball. Flat maze. Well, I like to hear flat. Yeah, exactly. Conveyance fruit would be really nice. This isn't flat. It's not flat at all. This part's flat. What is this game, right? Like, this is just... This is a sneak on a tightrope. I guess the time limit actually matters here. Okay. Time limit substantially matters. This kind of level is kind of what I thought Monkey Ball was, like, across the board. Kind of more of a traditional marble maze. Yeah. Do the sweaty MMO zoomed out. I think so. I can probably clear that gap there if I have enough speed. I wonder if I should just go for that instead of trying to complete the maze. Oops, too fast. I'll get a lot of opportunities to try it if that's what the game wants me to do. Fuck. I should just try to do it legit and see how much time I have left over, I guess. So aren't 100% bananas like literally impossible? I think we talked about this last time, that it's bizarre that they even give a counter on the screen because they're not intended to be all grabbable. I don't even know why they give me control of the camera when it, like, resets immediately. Well, there's a bunch of levels where there are bananas going down two different tracks that are mutually exclusive with each other. That one I can probably skip, right? Okay, yeah. That's an easy one to do. That one's a much larger gap than it appeared to be from a distance. Whoops. Probably specific little hop shortcuts that you need to take to have a chance here. Like this one. I have to go faster both of them, I think, but I don't know if the other one matters. I don't think I can be going fast enough to jump at that first intersection. That's too far to make the jump. That one I can probably make the jump, but the corner there makes me slow down too much, I think. Fuck. This is a lot of doing something I've done a bunch of times to get back to the one part I need to practice. Which, props to Monkey Ball, generally doesn't have that problem. Usually the whole thing is hard. You learn that that gap is much too far. Did I just get sent back to where I started? Oh my god. Both of those connect? I need to, like, be able to see the map from top down so I can figure out what route I'm supposed to take. My intuition told me, okay, if you just go through the maze at a brisk pace, you'll probably get to the exit with like 2 seconds left. But if you can find a shortcut, then you get some time left. But it might be, no, you're gonna have like 2 seconds left. Even when you take the shortcuts, because you like have to take the shortcuts. Push me back over on here, which is useless. What's supposed to happen when I get up here if I'm not taking the little skip to go around this thing? Okay, I think I see. Photo mode, let me do that. Oh shit. That's the most zoom I can do in photo mode? God. View stage. Okay, that's what you're looking for. So we go down and around. I think I have to take that skip. I think if I go the slow way, I definitely lose. There's another skip in the bottom. And there's a couple of gaps where I have to go through gaps, period. This level is tedious, is the word I would use to describe it. I don't think I've encountered a tedious level in the game yet. I wish I could just clear that. It's probably possible. It's like I have to go over and then immediately brake, but if I brake too soon, I just fall in the hole. Oops. I can just hit this at the right angle. No, you need to have like the speed of a long straightaway to be able to jump that. Unless if you're like a monkey ball god and know exactly the angle you can take to still have the speed to clear it. It really seems like they're baiting me to doing that. If that intersection was like a tile to the left. I have to go this way. Another shortcut towards the bottom middle. That's probably a shortcut. So if I go along this tuning fork, I'm losing a shitload of time. I guess an issue with the layout of the stage is that you're only forced to do the little hops when you're already almost done and probably long dead due to the time limit. I feel like those little green jumps on the left side at the end of the track should be at the beginning. To plant in the player's mind, ah, I might need to jump over some of these. Flick the stage and make a ramp and then snap it back down. No, I don't think so. That'd be interesting if that was doable. Say the way the ball is sort of stuck to the platform is very counterintuitive. Shit, I was supposed to go there. And it definitely contributes to the feeling that when you press the stick, you're pushing the monkey rather than rotating the stage. I think I can only afford to do one of those. I think I literally have to take every shortcut for this to be possible. Which is fine, but again, I feel like you do that with bananas and or having jumps right at the beginning of the map. I could win this one trivially if I turn on helper mode and get the extra time limit. There aren't too many levels where the time limit's like the main thing that you're up against, but this one's definitely one of them. That's actually a much harder platform to land on because you have to land on the horizontal part without overshooting it. At least with the first jump, it's still in the direction you're traveling, so if you overshoot, you just overshoot into floor and not void. Why are you the way you choose to be, Monkey Ball? And I have a little bit of clearance there. Although I can come to a complete stop on a single tile, so presumably I'm supposed to be able to do that. It's really hard. That's another routing thing where it's like I can't tell if that's mandatory time saving, so I'd better learn that routing and get the muscle memory for it, or if it's better to just try to navigate along the tuning fork to the left there. which is much safer, and I don't have to spend so much time getting to the point where I can practice it. Too much. Should get the Astrobot devs to make a monkey ball game. They were really good at just passive player feedback for everything all the time. The things they could do, they could give you a gate that you pass through that tells you what the par time is for reaching that part of the stage, right? So you know if you're under or over par. That would help even in stages where the time limit's not a big deal. Just to be like, oh, I'm supposed to be going through this way faster than I thought. I would put a par gate, like, probably right here on this turn. Didn't know which way I'm going after achieving that. Thank you, bananas. Oh my god. Okay, well, PB at least. I feel like I should be able to jump that gap. That would solve the whole stage immediately if I could. The very close camera means that whenever you make a small jump like that, you immediately lose vision of the ground beneath you. Like, it's set up so the kinds of small jumps that are actually expected of you are blind. I might be able to make that one. That's a straightaway, and it looks like it's a small gap. I could try that next time and sacrifice my muscle memory for this. One at the end of this, right? Yeah, I think I can make that, which... That's actually a comparable jump to the jump I've been practicing for a while now. Same problem, I have to land on a very horizontal section. But I think that that's doable. Then I can probably take my sweet time if I can make that jump even once. Come on, dude. Really? I definitely get the sense from playing this that there's a lot of monkey ball tech. Lots of little tricks you can do and learn to do for different kinds of geometry, and I just feel like the game is not structured to introduce that tech to me at all. I'll need it in a level and then not see it again for like 30 levels. Okay, so I think I need to lean further forward. I'm braking too early. I haven't actually made that jump to confirm that it's possible yet. I just assume it is. Okay, yes, that's much better. Take my sweet time from here. Great example of the routing problem I was talking about, though. Fuck. Okay. I have to do that a whole bit fairly fast to make sure I have a momentum for all 3 jumps. I haven't seen too many games like this that are about a combination of precise routing and extremely precise inputs. It's a weird combination. Oops. It's like, I feel like what you would do if you were trying to make a hardcore indie monkey ball, like, in order to keep a challenge for the really, really good players, you would put some, like, pickups on the stage that were mandatory to clear, that were in random locations each time. In, like, the super hard mode, right? To force them to change their routing. If that's what the game is about, if it's about routing, and then precisely inputting your route. Like a pink banana or something, and you have to pick up all the pink bananas, and they're in weird spots on the map, so you can't just do your normal trick to get past everything. Make this one slow. I don't have to rush it. I think it might be literally impossible if you do the whole maze without doing any jumps. But you're not presented with jumps, mandatory jumps, until you've probably already run out of time. Guillotine. I'm getting, like, giving me a closer and closer shave. Oh, there's these ramps. Okay. Don't like that. Need to have, like, full speed to be able to even clear a ramp. Is this, don't think, just go level then? Let's pray. Shave my monkey ball. Okay, they get less steep each time. That's helpful, at least. Ouch. Yeah, right. It's actually some, like, level design. I wonder if they had to make them less steep so the level would be possible for the playtesters. Feels like it's out of character. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I gotta, like, go as soon as it touches the top of the ramp. Okay. Whoops. I think this game's approach to playtesting was, is it physically possible? Okay, cool. Throw it in there. I'm dead. Yeah. I might need to do those last two, like back to back essentially, and just trust that the blade's not gonna hit me. Have enough speed? Fuck. A really important aspect of game design for me is something that contributes a lot to my enjoyment of video games is the feeling that the developer knows that I'm a different person that doesn't exist in their head. And the kind of like empathy required to structure the game in such a way to kind of bring me on board with their paradigm. Something that FromSoft I think does a really good job of. Sekiro is like a master class in that. It's all about taking you from dying to Genichiro at the beginning of the game to being able to stomp him, right? And it does most of it very subtly. Great, I need full speed for this to be doable. It's already dead. Sure, there's a class of gamer who is interested in the challenge of someone making a game that only they are able to play effectively and just trying to like understand what the fuck is in their mind and making it work, but watching Andrea play Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, it's been really interesting to notice some of the rooms that were clearly intended to convey a mechanic that I missed in my playthrough, right? That game is structured in such a way that if you miss one of those things, it's okay. You still have other tools at your disposal. But it's still, I think, kind of master on Nintendo's part that they can convey that if you go on top of a Gust Master, you can get lifted into the air, right? I think I almost need to clip the corner in order to make it. Wonder if I need to be at full speed for all three of the final ramps there. Or if slowing down ever is already a ticket to failure. I think this level and the maze level I prefer to some of the other stages because at least here I can kind of like make some theories about what's expected of me and try to act on them, right? That bowl level where you're supposed to drop in the bowls was just like nonsense to me. Oh, no, god damn it, I don't know if I'll be able to do that again. It's gonna be one of those. I basically had it and now I'm gonna be stuck here for another half an hour. Okay, now we got it. Pandemonium Savage fights being overtuned is endlessly funny. Dev team has gotten so much better at the game from when they started, they didn't realize it. Yeah. No, I was watching Andrea play. She didn't use it either because she already had other verticality and just general movement solutions. But I was watching her play in Hyrule Castle, and I noticed that they were intentionally putting the Gust Master in these little like divots that were colored, almost to imply, hey, you should try putting a Gust Master here. But I didn't notice it in my first playthrough because I already had solutions that were good enough at that point. This is a nonsense stage. I can't even see what's happening. It's just a corkscrew with a bunch of arbitrary holes in it. I guess there's one part of it that's solid throughout. Yeah, this is just going to be... This is a die roll, I think. I think I have to bounce off of the edges. I don't think I can possibly, like, control my descent. It's another one where banana placement could make this very unreasonable levels substantially more reasonable. I got the furthest on my first attempt before I realized what I was in for. I got like a third of the way down the first time. I don't even remember what I did. I think it's just a matter of bouncing on the gaps between the holes, basically. Okay, sure. Orbiters. In the past, this has sometimes been a don't think just go kind of level. Not exactly. If I slow down slightly, I can make it in there, but unfortunately it's perpendicular to my starting position, isn't it? Then they give you levels like that. I think I wouldn't mind their kind of approach of, hey, let's just make a bunch of shapes and see if a level exists in that shape. Maybe it does, who knows? Discovered design thing. If they then played the game and were like, okay, let's like organize these in ascending order of difficulty, or put levels together that have like a similar theme to them, right? Like, okay, both of these require that you build up speed on a half pipe and make a jump. So have those levels be played back to back, increasing order of complexity. Instead it's like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. Oops. I don't even know how I, like, exit the lip there. I have to do it from an angle? There we go. This one's tricky, but it's, like, still quite a bit easier, I think. the other ones I've been stuck on. Like, I still expect to be stuck on that for a while, but at least I can look at it and go, oh, I think this is what they want me to do, as opposed to, like, what the fuck is this? Okay, theory was incorrect, I guess. I think my least favorite level, there was a level where there were a bunch of like Sonic the Hedgehog loop-de-loops and you had to do some bullshit to like bank off of each of them. It was awful. Ah, okay. Need to break once I do that. It's wider than the final platform. It's important to keep in mind, I guess. It's really hard to break once you jump out of the little bowl. Have to do a little mini sine wave in the trench in order to get enough momentum to launch myself. But if I press the button slightly the wrong time, I slow way the fuck down, and it's really hard to tell when that is. Okay. I wouldn't count on it, though. He was kicking my ass. God. Wrong side, asshole. Yeah, I need to have momentum from the whole loop. Yeah, like right there. It's like I either go launching or I completely shut down and lose all my momentum. There we go. Wrong side, asshole. Again. Bro. I think I'm like applying my muscle memory from getting to the first platform. I'm doing it every time too. I'm very consistent at getting out on the wrong side now, and I don't know why. Like, my first couple attempts, I was actually pretty close to clearing it, and apparently my brain has decided to give me dopamine for getting out on the wrong side. I'm just naturally doing it without thinking now. Dude, I mean, like, what the fuck? Let's just try to go left just to change things up here. Okay. Air hockey. It is an interesting question. What is... It's not a... doesn't like launch me or something? What is Super Monkey Ball about? Is it about routing? Is it about muscle memory? Is it about questioning your muscle memory? I can go across the center, it's just mostly translucent. So if I try to aim for the top left corner first, maybe, if that's always the same. Yeah, I think that's the right strategy. See if I can figure out where it actually is relative to everything else, though. Try to just watch it with the... It's past the diagonal with the translucent blocks, near the first block after the corner intersection of the light blue piping. Okay. Pretty close. Was the inside hollow before? I guess I want to go through the goal while it's coming toward me, which I'm not currently doing. Actually curious if the goal is allowed to just pass through me if I can find the right spot to stop. A little bit to the left of that. Gonna be further down, I think. No, more to the left. Here, maybe? Overshoot. So maybe if I'm over in here for its next bounce, I can actually try going through it instead of having to travel with it, you know? Might be this tile? Seems promising, but... maybe even all the way on the left side. The problem is it immediately bounces like diagonal to where I'm standing. I think if it comes at me at a diagonal, I'm just hosed. I think I can just try to do it here. I can get it to bounce into me, but I'm not at a good angle to get into it. Wonder if there's a don't think just go solution where I just basically hold straight. No, I'm too fast. It does cut across that trajectory, so I can learn when to let off. Not that much. So if I aim for the dead center of the back bumper, right? Yeah, I think that might be it. Aim for the center of that thing and aim for a specific place it's going to be when it bounces, like here maybe? Almost. I don't like the gold. There's like a box around it that's very likely to bounce you out of it. Oh, come on. I don't know if it's better to just restart when I know the direction it's going to go versus just trying to feel it out. I feel like I can't really feel it out because I don't know the way it's going to bounce off of the bumpers. Okay. Slightly to the right of what I just did. I go right at the corner of the translucent section and then go straight. Is that enough? Maybe if I'm a little slower. It's another one where I wish I could zoom out and see where it was, right? But I can't. I wonder what the helper function even says on this level. Are you kidding? I think he just wants me to go straight. Straight and then slightly left. Yeah, no, that's not very helpful at all. Back to doing what I was trying to do. This level sucks. I don't like this one. They're not really asking me to do something terribly interesting. To this bumper, maybe? It's so hard to keep track of it if you're actually trying to follow it because the camera is so close. First try. Didn't realize I could ride inside of the thing. Banana plus curry equals hot banana? Training. Like that's a joke. It's pretty funny to make your World 10 Stage 1 level called Training. Gimmick, huh? I mean, I don't just do what it looks like you want me to do. Oh man, being able to tell that stuff is moving is extra difficult in this stage. Can do okay whenever they have like something that has really obvious movements, but trying to tell me to go this way instead, ignore the bananas. I think no. Ugh. Oh, monkey ball. So it's like that slowly comes back down. Or this platform's raising. I actually can't tell the difference. Can't see because of the camera. I have 10 seconds left. This can't be what they actually want me to do, is it? There's another button somewhere that's like easier to get to. Hit it while I fall, that's great, because then I can take the time to turn around. I need to go like right away. Okay, perfect. No, I need to wait longer. I'd love to have either a mode where I have total control of the camera and there is no attempt whatsoever for the camera to follow me automatically, or I'd like zero control of the camera. I don't think either mode exists. Because I could just never touch the right stick. I think if I don't touch that on my landing, I'm already lost enough time that I can't win. The game's definitely not set up to not press the right stick. Like sometimes you physically need to see what you're doing. Good. Wait a little bit longer than you think you need to. Let's go once they're lined up. That's still... So once they're lined up is when you think you need to wait longer than that. Okay. 1/1000. Longer than a second, or also at a less stupid angle. Fortunately, the button has collision, so it'll make me bounce. 1/1000. Oh, you'd be kidding me. I have to have enough speed to climb this hill. We're okay. That was an interesting level. Mountain. I like the look of this one. Where is the exit? Okay. The banana bunch supposed to be pointing me to it. Show up on the stage. It is not. It is not quite on the opposite side of Banana Bunch. Slightly off from there. Okay, but the spike means I can't just go off that side. I have to roll around the perimeter a little bit. This one's gonna be RNG. I'm just gonna get it one of these attempts without having learned anything. Fail. That was pretty close. missed it again. Again, zoom this one out, right? Pretty different challenge, I think. You see how many like tiles it is after that spike that I bumped into. Preferably not bump into the spike. Stall a little bit longer. I really need the mini-map to at least be zoomed out. I could try to use it there to see how close I was, but... I think it's almost always faster to just die than to try to hit restart. 1, 2... Shit, I wanted to sit and count. Hold on. Maybe see that from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2. Aww. Yeah, exactly. Nice. RNG. Like I did a thing, but I can't take credit for it. Disorder. Eating seeds is a pastime activity. Clear that gap. Oh, wow. That level is really easy. What the fuck? What is this game? Greedy maze, okay. Anticipate this is not going to be a fun time. Great start. I assume I don't have to wait at the beginning. I can like get on that roof initially? Maybe not. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. this is the kind of level that makes me think I have a visual disability, a perceptive disability, because like as soon as I can tell the whole thing is rotating, I can even kind of model in my mind the way it's rotating, but the moment I end up on this, I cannot tell at all, and I can't, like, it looks completely still to me. And then my character just kind of like rolls off the edge. I'm trying to see if I can look at anything that lets me see it. I'm trying to like look at the edges of the screens. Kind of like close one eye maybe. Okay, I'm seeing it rotating, I'm seeing it rotating, I'm seeing it rotating. It looks still. It looks completely still. I can look at this little like hinge thing. I can see that something's turning relative to that. Okay, let me try to stare at that. That was that first level I really got stuck on in the first episode of this game, where it was being able to pass the level was contingent upon understanding that you could see that the thing was turning. Okay, I can see it being lined up and then not lining up. And then it does that like what's that illusion with the ballerina where when you're staring at it you can't tell whether it's rotating clockwise or counterclockwise. It does that to me as well, even though I know it's rotating clockwise, right? Yeah, it looked like it just stopped and then started rotating in the other direction. Let me make sure that it's not actually doing that really quick, because it might be. Oh my god, it is, isn't it? I thought I was actually going insane, like, I thought it was an optical illusion. The only way to know that, I think, is to not board the thing right away and just look at it. Now let's go in the other direction. Okay, I think that's maybe doable. There's like a lip on the outside of that part that causes you to bounce slightly, which fucks up your momentum and just clearing it. I can't even tell if the lip is there on purpose to be an extra challenge. Or they just thought it would be pretty if there was like a little bevel on the outside of the platform. Can't fucking see what I'm doing, game. That lip is making it impossible. If it wasn't a lip there, I could just slide off and I'd be done. Try hitting it at like top speed. Oh my god. Charles Monkey Ball. John Monkey Ball, get your shit together. Okay, we're just gonna top speed into the lip and see if it's enough to clear. No, because the lip bounces you into the ceiling above it and that bounces you down. Must be something else productive I can do here. That's not it. Even anywhere where I won't get bounced into the ceiling. Kind of, okay. At least that time it was an intentional thing that I did, instead of just feeling like I happened to hit it at the right cycle. Crazy maze. This looks like a Mario Kart battle track. Seriously, game. How in the hell? It's called Mario Twins. They look the same. Actually have conveyance bananas here. I was a fool to think so. How the fuck do I get back there? Okay, so this entire ramp here in the front is just totally incestuous and pointless. I go left and then there's a ramp up. Okay. And then that ramp is incestuous, but the red ramp continues along. Like there's an exit through there. This is like a fucking Mario RPG puzzle. Okay. Actually really hard to see what I was just looking at. Okay, so it's... I do have to get up on the ramp that I thought was incestuous to get down there. The time limit's going to be a problem at this level. I did not need to make this thing so steep. It's like just steep enough that you can't climb it of your own recognizance from standing start. Do go up here. Why did you make it this steep, you dicks? Like they... It is exactly steep enough to be annoying. That's a dead end and a waste of time. So we go this way, we drop down through here. Sneaks underneath a couple passes. Probably go up there. I know I'm out of time, but I'm trying to route. And there's also a lip at the beginning of it, which causes you to be more likely to miss your initial clearance there. Okay. Here. Where am I? How is this possible on the time limit? Have I already fucked up? I feel like I've already fucked up by being where I am right now. I had like no time left. You have to go left and then down a bunch of times. Okay, I'll try to check what you're telling me here in a second. I think I need to not bounce on this. Oh, thank you. I didn't see that. Saves me some time. Didn't realize that that didn't get blocked off the side there. Hold on. Zoom out. Take your time. We're not in a hurry here. Pull there. Okay, I think I see. I need to go onto this red part and then to go up that ramp, which goes through that hole and comes out there. Obviously got turned around there. Need to be over there. How do I get there? Come out from there, go up the green ramp. Okay, sure. Can't drop down there. I'm worried I'm going to have to jump that gap there. I'll give it a try, and I don't know that it's possible. Because I can see the path they want me to take, but it seems like it's too long to be possible. That seems almost possible. Infuriatingly almost possible. Okay, that's good. It might even be necessary to solve this, which is crazy to me. So we go towards the blue on the ground. We go up the light blue. Hey, thank you, Jimmy Dean. Appreciate that. How have you been? Yeah, I feel like you have to take that shortcut or you literally don't have enough time to navigate this part. I am meant to be able to, like, take that corner, right? What else could I possibly be doing here if not trying to take that corner? That is so mean. That... I think I literally have to take that corner, and it's like very hard to navigate. Okay. Seems very difficult. Slamming into the wall implies having enough momentum to climb that stupid ramp in the first place. I mean, that literally has to be it, right? There's nothing else in this stage that... Yeah, there's no... I have to be able to do that. Could somebody do me a favor and look this one up? It's Dr. Bad Boon's Base 10-6 Crazy Maze. See if you can find a YouTube video of someone doing it, and let me know if they actually navigate that diagonal. Because it seems like I have to, but it also seems impossible. Oh yeah, Scald, okay. They didn't make it like really hard with the physics changes. Is it going to involve bumping into the wall somehow? Corner is part of the route. Okay, thanks. Oh my god, I did it. Okay. Never going to happen again, so let's not waste it. Don't know why it worked that time, but I'm not going to question it. Postmodern. Monkey ball level that's skeptical of grand narratives. Like game design. Andrea had to step away yesterday because watching Minecraft was making her motion sick. I think this game would just make her projectile vomit. Okay. The pain in the ass stairs, it's a choice. Come on, John Monkey Ball, you can navigate the stupid tiny little stairs. I get really enamored with these like pseudo mazes toward the end. Also, what I'm doing is a complete waste of time. Let me try to confirm what the deal is here. Can't really zoom in. Okay. Okay, that ladder is a dead end. That red ladder, I think, is a dead end. By ladder, I mean staircase. The big middle staircase is a dead end. So it has to be the one I'm doing. The one on the right, the one in the middle, one in the middle again. I can't see where to go after that. The ball was not meant to climb stairs like this. Okay, it's probably up and then up. But to what end? What is that leading to? I need to have momentum to climb this set of stairs, and there's no way for me to obtain momentum? Should I come at it around the corner? And like grind up the side of it, I guess? Yeah, this is the max tilt that I can do, and I can't climb it. Let me just confirm that it is in fact where the game wants me to be. Probably. Yeah, so we go up that staircase, and then that staircase, and then that staircase. So how the fuck do I get up there? Do I have to do some kind of trick shot to be able to bounce up the stairs instead of going up them? Doesn't seem like momentum's a big deal here, because as soon as I hit the lip of a stair, I get launched up and lose all speed. This corner is necessary to make this possible, but... Okay, please succeed, because I'm never going to be able to do that again. Oh my god. John Monkey Ball. Jonathan Reginald Monkey Ball, you son of a bitch. Oh my god. That would have been so bad if I had choked there. I don't think I could have climbed that staircase ever again. Revolution, oh boy, one of these. Alright, well, I've learned my lesson. Does it go one way and then stop and then go the other way? I think it's always going counterclockwise. Can build momentum by traveling sideways along the backside of a step and then turn to ascend. Great if I knew where the fuck I was going here. And if I could fucking see what was happening. This level is a nightmare. Camera is not my friend. Yeah, that's where I want to maneuver, but I can't see because the camera keeps clicking through the top of the screen. Oh my god. Only I can make this game zoom out. I'm never going to be able to make that. I might want to look at what it's telling me the arrows should be, because this seems absurd. Those arrows could not be less helpful if they tried, I think. Yeah, fighting the camera makes it very difficult to perceive what you're even doing in this level. Like, where am I? I'm trying to reorient myself. I think I'm near the objective. I am. Okay, but I'm on the wrong platform now. I think I need to get on that pillar if I can make my way back to the... Get to that pillar, maybe I can salvage it. I have to try to just memorize where it is relative to me for each rotation. try to get to it from here, maybe. I think if I pause once it stops, it's already too late for me to adjust, though. Rotation 2, I think I can find it. Okay. I just have to turn around as soon as I land. It's right there. God. I feel like they should just not render the outside walls of this thing. Makes it impossible to see what the hell you're doing. Yeah, because I have to stop on that pillar, but I can't because the thing's rotating, so it's blocking my view. Okay, if you just want to tell me, that's fine, Darkstar. Rotating twice puts me on the wrong side of it. So I don't know what you're talking about. Right. Now's my chance to go. Okay. Side of it. That's not what the arrows said to do, but arrows are as useless as the bananas, I guess. Well, they had me going left, and to hit that pillar, I had to go right. Invisible? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Just literally just memorize it. Wait, is there an invisible path, or is it... Oh, there is. Okay. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. One thing if you could just remember what the word is, but the connections between letters is arbitrary, so it's not super helpful. There is a diagonal bridge there, but seriously. I thought that was the eye. Worried about the time limit for this one, that it's like the maze level where you need to like skip some letters, otherwise there's not enough time to win. I tried this last time as the eye, and what am I getting wrong there? Maybe I already did the eye and I have to do the L. This is the eye. Yeah, it seems pretty important, because otherwise the S is really long. This is the L, actually. Just wanted to confirm. Trying to go full speed there, but I don't know if it's possible. Really? Okay. After the maze level, and with how long the S is, yes, that's right. They have a really annoying part. The center bar of the S is completely invisible. Not opposed to the concept of this stage, and in fact, I think it is nice to give you a zoomed out view of something and then ask you to do something with it zoomed in, but... Right. I'm totally in the dark with the L, aren't I? Or with the middle of the S. I can use, there's a banana. Okay, I'm gonna try to find the floating banana maybe. Well, given how long the S is to get through, if they're going to make you skip something, I would expect them to make you skip that. Nope, that's not part of the eye. The eye has single gaps between it. Oops. That's the I. No, this is the B. Probably doesn't have to see it spelled again. It connects in a T shape along the middle, but it doesn't actually touch any tiles. I'm probably just gonna have to die here and then learn it for next time. Fuck. Oh, the T does touch, and I have to go up. Okay. Check what my time is when I get there. I wasn't looking at it. Diagonal on the V is very hard to trust. It's the I. Here's the B. 17 seconds. Okay, I think we might be okay. I haven't studied the E. Last stage. guess the How Long to Beat was actually 7 hours, so maybe I'm not as far off as I thought I was. I thought I was like a factor of 2 slower than the How Long to Beat. Figure out what the hell I'm doing here. What's the objective? Okay. 2 butts. It's rotating counterclockwise. So I probably need to get in the John Monkey Ball butt and then fall on the Bad Boon slope. What I want. I think I can get into that, but I think I have to drop in on the Bad Boon diagonal and just hope I don't bounce off the stage, essentially. It was so much easier than many of the other stages. Congratulations. Congratulations, everybody. Good job. Okay, so I'll give my thoughts on credits here. I'll turn the timer off if we can keep doing the Monkey Ball 1 levels after that. This game is interesting. I think there were a couple of levels, especially towards the end there, where I was kind of clicking with it a little bit better, where it was more like a puzzle. But like I've said, it's really hard for me to perceive relative motion when I'm on a platform. I don't know what all you could change to give better player feedback. Talked about like a doom sensor that changes your character or adds like a increasingly intense rumble the closer you are to dead. Something that would help me to distinguish between rotating the stage versus the stage rotating on its own. I feel like it's really important to help the player understand that you are pushing against natural stage rotation. And there's nothing in the game that does that. And so there's a couple stages where the camera is so zoomed in and the plane is so large that you can't really tell that it's tipped at all. And I think that that's probably a bad thing. Maybe if they put something on the accessibility arrow telling you which direction you're pushing the stick, that was telling you which direction gravity is pulling you, that might be helpful. Or you could, even if you weren't like actively staring at it, right, you could look at it in your peripheral vision and try to make sense of it. I think that kind of passive learning where you just are putting feedback on the screen that the player is not intended to, you know, attentively pay attention to, but which can kind of make connections in their brain is really important for a game like this, and I feel like lost at sea with it. I guess I didn't come in that short of the How Long to Beat. I came in short of the How Long to Beat. I didn't go over the How Long to Beat, which is really surprising to me. That tells me that most players probably had a comparable experience to me, which is shocking. It felt like I was really, really fumbling all the time. Yeah. There were some stages that were just a nightmare. My biggest criticism of this game is that the levels are just, hey, wouldn't it be cool if there was this shape? With like zero concern as to whether that creates a challenging level or a level that builds on lessons the player should have learned already, or builds on a lesson the player just learned, right? And I think it's okay as a creative scaffolding to set out to make a game like this and just make weird guillotine machines and, you know, sonic loop-de-loop rings and shit and say, is that a level? That's a completely fine thing to do. because I mean, a lot of those levels were levels and they were interesting, but I think that once you make them, you have to sit down and then sort them. I think that's where the game design comes in. It's then going, okay, this is clearly the hardest one. This is clearly building on something you were meant to understand by this level, right? And maybe even make more stages that are about trying to teach you tech. Because maybe they're trying to go for a thing where the pacing is all over the place and you're intended to like clear 2 trivial levels back to back and then have a level that you're just stuck on for 40 minutes. But it feels very strange. It feels very unintentional. So I'm curious if that's true for the later games in the series. Like I said, I'd be curious if that would be true for an indie Monkey Ball game. But it's like really hard in a way that I don't think it has to be. I kind of like the idea that they started exploring this concept toward the end of the game where it's like, we're just going to make a weird level, and the level is obviously about routing, right? Like the flat maze level was like that. The 3D maze, not the rotating one, but the one that had all the weird ramps was kind of like that. You had to like study the stage and find out what path they actually wanted you to take. Not necessarily a bad thing. At least it was trying to do something different that wasn't so much about execute perfectly. I think that what you need to do with a game like this is you need to have a stage that teaches you, we want you to learn how to route this concept, and then a stage that says we want you to do this very efficiently and have very good execution, and then a third stage that puts those two ideas together, right? I can't directly come up with an example of what that might look like, but you could imagine like a Baba Is You approach. You know, a lot of Baba Is You puzzles, you'll load into the puzzle and you see the solution and you solve it, and then the very next puzzle looks almost exactly the same, but there's one element that's different, right? And that's enough to draw it completely changes the puzzle. The solution is completely different, even though they only changed one thing. I think you could do that with Monkey Ball, is you could make a level that's just supposed to establish, hey, you need to like ride around the outside of the ring of this ball so that when you fall through the hole, you bounce into the thing below you, and like construct the walls in such a way so that you learn that lesson, but you don't fail 50 times and then get it accidentally. And then you do the level where you remove the walls on the side and you have to combine it with proper execution. I think that would be nice. I didn't hate the game, I'm just really bad at it, and I'd like to play whatever the most perfect form of Monkey Ball is at some point in the future. I'm going to go ahead and stop the clock here, and for the rest of the time we will check out Monkey Ball 1 levels. So those are under Super Monkey Ball 1 Challenge Mode. What's the difference in the difficulties? It's like continues or something, number of stages. Which one should I be doing? Okay. Normal, I guess. Oh, well, that's a level. Okay, this one's called walking. They're just trying to teach me something. Okay. Oh, it would be wild if Monkey Ball 2's levels are just, it's another Mario Brothers 2 Lost Levels Doom 2 type situation where it's just like they're just wild and they're just trying to make more stages and they don't really have any ideas or new mechanics. Okay, this is already a better progression. Narrow bridge. This is the first one that's required me to come to a full stop. So it's like, here's how the game works. Now go fast. Now go slow. Now learn when you have to pause. These bananas get you extra lives in the original version of the game or something? Seems like a nightmare, although maybe then you play all the levels so many times you just have them all memorized. Okay. So far I like these levels much better, but we're still at the beginning, so we'll see. Here's a bunch of stuff. It's really interesting to me to see how much the Mario 2 Lost Levels trap is a trap. I don't think Lost Levels is... It's probably like the best game of the ones I've cited as having Lost Levels-itis. I do think a lot of its ideas are funny, right? It's got a lot of gags. Like the warp zone that takes you back to World 1 and you can't leave. Downhill. I don't mind the game ever being hard, I just want the levels to be intentional of trying to show me something or get me to understand something. Or expand my toolkit of ideas, which this feels like it is doing. Yeah, difficulty curve instead of a difficulty stock market ticker. Yeah. Lost Levels-itis is a rare problem versus just being repetitive. Because it seems like the Tomb Raider 2013 sequels don't have Lost Levels-itis, right? Kind of a cute gimmick. Choice. A guitar, that's neat. Yeah, now it's like there can be multiple X's. I guess an interesting thing is that I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of a sequel that just implicitly assumes that you played the first one. I think it would be great if the market allowed for people to make sequels to games that required you to like import a save file or an achievement from the first game to play the second one. So I do think it's kind of an unfortunate like externality that's imposed upon game design that says every game needs to be fully tutorialized and understandable to somebody who's playing it for the first time right now, even if it's like really bad for the experience in a game like Mass Effect. But that does seem to be a recurring problem for the games we're talking about, that Lost Levels kinds of assume that you've played Mario 1 and beaten it. Doom 2 literally starts harder than the end of Doom 1. More intense than the end of Doom 1, I guess. Through the back wall. Yeah, I was really confused by that. Last time I picked story mode because, you know, that's the mode you play, not the challenge mode. You think they would just give you Super Monkey Ball 1 as a distinct mode that's not listed as a challenge? I guess even as like a compilation project, this game doesn't seem to be designed for people who are new to Monkey Ball. It's like, oh yeah, I know which one of these I want to play. Do you? How? Guessing that there's never an opening here for this one. Oh, I didn't realize that they were based on the stage rotation. That's kind of cool. Newer AAA games don't get Lost Levels-itis because they don't really try to use pure level design as a frontier to add novelty. That's an interesting way to think about it. It's frustrating because I'm a big fan of pure level design, and I feel like you should be able to make, well, lots of games you should be able to make sequels out of pure level design. I have enormous respect for developers like the Legend of Grimrock devs who bow out after their one sequel. They're like, we've tapped this out. We could make another one, but it would just be more Grimrock, right? The floor bent. Yeah, no kidding. I think this level's trying to tell me, I think, about the point of no return. Concept of being doomed. Right there, I'm doomed. Didn't feel like I was properly introduced to Doom in Monkey Ball 2. True. Yeah, exactly. There. do a reverse conveyor. Zambi. Monkey Ball 2's levels really had a feeling of like fan levels on like a downloadable marketplace. Oh, it's crazy. This one looks like a spinning teacup. Isn't that cool? It was like a weird corkscrew. Whoa. Okay, this shape gave me a lot of trouble in 2. I think it was because it was also angled. Shit. Yeah, this actually looks like a video game all of a sudden. Okay, well, if I can understand Monkey Ball 2 as... This is what I was expecting. This is... When I booted up Banana Mania and I'd never played a Monkey Ball game before, like, this was exactly what I kind of had in my mind's eye from cultural osmosis. Like, it's not easy. It's still pretty tight, a lot of this, but also, like, each section is trying to evoke a specific feeling, teach a specific lesson, test a specific skill. Also, the camera is not a nightmare here, or at least isn't yet. Fucking kidding me. Yeah, I think the one time I had to do like a curved thing like this, I have what the level looks like seared into my brain, because all of them were like tilted slightly in a direction that was almost impossible to divine while you were also tilting the stage. It was awful. One example of comparably bad onboarding, this compilation. Trying to railroad you into Hitman 3 if you have the whole trilogy. Oh yeah. Yeah, I hear that, Jimmy. Yeah, it's an awful stage. Oh, the thing is moving and I have to race it. Okay, that's kind of cool. What did I just do? What did I just do? I was just trying to fail out early. Hold on, is that just a different system than the previous? That isn't how the other thing worked. What the fuck? So if I want to retry, I have to just suicide? doesn't make any sense to me though, because I can still die an unlimited number of times, right? I guess it would make sense if I had limited deaths. So fucking stupid. And the retry screen doesn't have like an extra confirmation or something. Like, really? Like that should be buried one level deeper. That's a horrible UI. Absolute dog shit. Yeah. I agree. I think I'm extra sensitive to that kind of thing because I was a UAT tester, like that was my department. We explicitly were not IST, we were not the integrated systems testing or QA. We were the annoying people who would always open defects where the developer would very reasonably say that should have been a requirement, you idiots. It wasn't my fault, it was the, you know, line of business people that I was representing and training on how to test. But sometimes you need to give your game to an idiot. A layperson, a person who's not steeped in the way you've designed your game, you know what I mean? I feel like those are some of the most interesting user issues when, like, an application is designed in a way that makes sense to the developers, and they don't actually, like, consider, okay, what is this actually being used for, right? I remember many times at Chase having the experience of some project being developed and the business doing a really bad job of writing the requirements for the project, whatever, you know, it's... I don't have any control over that. But they'd spend forever on developing the application, they would pass all the QA and IST test cases, it would be good to go. Then it would come time to do UAT, and the users would test it and say, this application is completely fucking useless to me. Like, it does nothing that I need it to do. And the bigwigs would get upset and say, well, we're going to go ahead and launch it anyway, because it looks better if we launch it and then patch it after launch than delay the launch. So they would frequently launch applications that were actually functionally useless to users. And like, you can't blame the dev team for the requirements being bad, but like at some point people have to be going, it would be great if more people were incentivized to try to, like, at least abstractly understand what the business use case is for something, you know what I mean? Punish them for this behavior. They don't deserve to enjoy our product. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely, as always, it's a structural problem with the way projects are carried out, right? Like, I'm not saying that, oh, the developers need to be more empathetic. It's all on them. But we've structured everything so that when you're designing an application like that, you're just incentivized to do what you think you're being told to do. And if it turns out that they told you to do the wrong thing, then your ass is covered. So why should you care to try to understand what is actually being asked of you? You know what I mean? And I think I bring all that up. That's a long rant about, you know, website project development. But I think it applies to video game design too, because I think there's a comparable situation that your intended audience for the game is your group of line of business idiots who don't live in your head and don't know the way you want your game to be played. And so you as the creator, you know, owe your audience to spend some time thinking, you know, what would a brand new user think of this? Even if you're not good at that, like, I don't think that's, I think that is a skill set that some people have that other people don't have. It's a person you should hire, right? That was kind of like my, God damn it, my main complaint with that game Lingo, but it felt like it was lacking user testing, and in that case it was probably just due to scrappiness, so they didn't have the resources to pay people to do that, and probably didn't have the audience to find hundreds of people to do it for free. But it's very noticeable when it's lacking. Yeah, theoretically, leadership is supposed to have the empathy since they see the big picture. Yeah, in practice, it's like the exact opposite, right? I know Spiky brings up these kinds of problems in video games all the time, and we think we have a shared, like, morbid fascination with games that ask the player to do something that is just, like, unconscionable and bizarre, and, like, how did they think that this was acceptable? And it's more insane if the loop is just, like, so in your face that there's no way they, like, didn't know that that's what they were putting in their game and that's what they were asking players to do, right? Like, shit. A friend of mine and I, at our board game night, we played Shanghai Rummy recently, and we had a lot of issues with it. It's a fun game, but it has a lot of, like, problems with tempo and slowdown and feeling like you're just dependent on the top deck to succeed, right? So we're like, let's make like a fun variant of Shanghai Rummy. And just like the mind space you have to get in when you're making a variant of a game, like, you can't just say, okay, is this fun for us? When you play test it, you have to say, you know, is my friend going to hate this? Is my dad going to hate this? Am I actually making an enjoyable gameplay loop here? Almost caught up to where I was before the UI fucked me over. I feel like that is such an easy defect to open. I don't know if that's the way it works. I'm guessing that's a unique thing to the Banana Mania pack, but you literally just have like 10 people play through your game and just encourage them to open defects and feature requests. And I guarantee you at least one person's going to hit retry and have it start them over at the beginning and say, fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Can I retry the stage, or can I have like a buried option to retry the entire challenge? And you go, oh shoot, we didn't even think about that. Yeah, good call. Yeah. Right, and so that's the exact kind of thing that passes an IST, a system test, right? Like, oh yeah, we're recreating Monkey Ball. So we did it, we recreated Monkey Ball. It's like they had another requirement somewhere, we have to get rid of the live system because it hasn't aged well and people aren't going to enjoy that. But they get rid of the live system. Yeah. This is super predictable. I would call that a bug. It's a missed requirement is what it is, but... Okay. Jump double. Alright. Teaching me about jumps. I haven't had to do these yet. Seems really hard. Start focusing on it at the beginning here. Whoops. Okay, I'm confused. Is there supposed to be another platform here? Oh, I didn't see it moving. Okay. They called the stage jump double so that I was gonna have to jump again. I guess there's another jump at the end here. Yeah, exactly. I like these little challenge levels. You just have to find all the right diagonals. One seems quite hard to get 100% bananas on. Probably just you go down each diagonal and never touch a bumper. Yeah, so far these levels are much better. Middle jam, okay. Pace between two moving objects, that's a new thing. And they change it up in the midpoint by changing the direction they're going in, so you have to travel. This is a good level. This is a really good level. Introduce, develop, twist, finish. Lion? Oh, cute. Yeah, exactly. Like, even if this is a level pack that doesn't have story cutscenes, they literally need to make sure you go to this first. Having the story mode be the first thing in the list is, like, insane to me. Like, that's a huge mistake. I feel like you're releasing a compilation like this, you're not just selling it to Monkey Ball fans. You're hoping, okay, I'm gonna check out that Monkey Ball game that people have been playing for decades. I bet it's good. I think last time I looked at the Steam achievements and the abandon rate was like ridiculously high. Like the first achievement percentage was reasonably high and then the second achievement was like non-existent. Okay, that one's kind of introducing the you're not gonna be able to tell which way it's rotating because it's so flat and you're so zoomed in. Labyrinth. Again, the bananas are almost intentionally placed in unhelpful locations. Okay. Yeah, I wish there was some way to know when something's moving on its own or it's only moving because I'm rotating the stage. Like if they put like a pink outline or something on objects that are moving on their own regardless of my button presses. increase like the intensity of the outline depending on how hard it's currently pushing against your current movements, you know? And then there's a jump here now. Not just a free exit. Well, it's not that much of a jump. Oops. It is really nice just having levels though now. This is alleviating my ennui about am I just fucking terrible at Monkey Ball. No, I think Monkey Ball 2's level pack is just a ridiculous introduction to the series. I think there's still some jank in this that could be improved with better user feedback, but it's not a total disaster. This looks more like a Monkey Ball 2 level, but let's see. Hey, look at this cool shape. This actually seems pretty reasonable. You have some time to like understand what the physics imply, if that makes sense. A lot of the Monkey Ball 2 level shapes are just like you get on the thing, you have no idea why the monkey is doing what it's doing. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good example of discovered design, right? Like you have an idea, I want to make a cool spiral. You make the cool spiral, you test it, you're like, oh, that actually is a level. That exists in nature, that's kind of cool. And you do another test of like 2 ice cream cones twisting next to each other, and it's like, actually, that's terrible. No one wants to do that. That's the worst thing ever. Cut that from the game. I don't care that it's a cool shape. It's not worth it. There's a little bit at the end, there's a little twist, literal twist, when you get to the end of the spiral where you're fighting against Doom, against being dragged off the stage. And I think it's completely reasonable to expect the player to die there once to understand, the slope has been getting steeper and steeper as I go down this, this spiral. Thought there was a button behind me. Wavy jump. Yeah. This is cool. This is meant to be do an S pattern probably. Maybe you should literally stop every time. Banana placement seems slightly more intentional here as well. The buttons are almost always bad in Monkey Ball 2. Can make it there. Just a slight rotation is like slowing me down when I get there more than I expect. Okay. I know, I think it's because there's another tile that's like catching me right when I get there. You can kind of, don't think, just go this one. There is a legal path, that's cool. 1.5 seconds. Blur Bridge. Not quite that. That's a cool stage. I like all these stages. These are all good. Yeah, exactly. With buttons and then just made crazier levels. Hard hitter. This is the first time I've been introduced to a thing that spins and can knock me off the stage. Like slow back down, I see. Yeah, it basically exists to eat your lives. 32 out of 35 levels in. Quarter eater. It's around the 20-second mark that it gets slow enough to be doable. Puzzle. Figure out what direction I'm going after that. Right. I don't think I can clear 2. Parkour civilization. Getting the 1-block jump is really hard with this camera because I can never see him underneath me. It's like all the worst problems of a third-person and a first-person platformer combined. Block jump. Not brave enough to go for the beef. Puzzle is that you should do that jump at the beginning. know if this would be possible without doing the jump. Feels like it's almost impossible with the jump. I saw an interesting take on Twitter recently that was two guys talking about the death of arcade machines, and they kind of made the argument that the concept of the continue was the beginning of the death of arcade games. But before that, you know, if you were good enough, you could go really far in a single quarter. And that while the continue felt like it was a nice thing to be able to keep playing for money, it kind of undercut a lot of the design. Jump should not be this hard to make. Should have got it a couple attempts ago. I panicked because I was running out of time. I don't think there's any other jumps that are particularly doable. Yeah, that must be the puzzle, because if you don't make that, probably like a solid 5 seconds just to get out of that maze. I think for the rest of this, you're going the wrong direction to jump and make progress. Unless if there's like some shenanigan you can do by jumping across a corner. Those bananas are in the corner to encourage me to cut the corners, I guess. This is extra thin. Nana plate. Alright, so is this an actual level or is this just bullshit? It's kind of a level. Hard to tell. I guess the whole thing is small enough that you can kind of still tell how it's moving while you're on it. I'm gonna see if I can jump it. I almost did it a couple tries ago. This feels like a Monkey Ball 2 level. Could not see what it was doing there. Didn't deserve that. Polar Large. The dull product placement sounds really cringe. X is in the screen at the start. Right in the way where I need to be looking. You try to slow down before I hit that bumper. It's hard to do. Well, I got past it. I don't have time to do it this slowly. And I'm gonna constantly be like trying to balance for my life. This is a suitable final level. I don't think it's like complete bullshit. It is pretty hard. Yeah, it's really hard to like stay balanced on the little slice while it's moving. It's the worst part about this stage so far. I really wanted to clear both of those at once. That's hard, damn. I have to go on that fucking ring? Are they serious? Wow, fuck that. Maybe there's another way onto the outer ring that I didn't see. This, because of the way these things are moving, it feels like I'm dealing with ice physics here. And the camera's constantly spinning around. Right to turn the camera and do that faster the first time I got that far. Doing this in the arcade was probably a fucking nightmare, right? Because you get like one chance. Play through the whole level, whole game until you get to this stage. You need very little time to practice it. Do I need to use the spinning ring to get out of here? One on the outermost layer where it has to like launch me up. Is it possible for me to touch it without it sending me flying? Last time I tried to... Oh, fuck. Oh, well, whatever. I got to the last level. I don't think I was going to beat it anyway. So annoying. Touch the slower moving parts, I see. Alright, I have a little bit of time left, so I'll check out a couple expert stages. These are all just different packs of stages, essentially. I'm surprised they didn't just like mix this into a set of stages, basically. They just called it Monkey Ball 2-1 story mode because they happen to have cutscenes for it. Sick. Excursion. Yeah. What a weird game. Jump. It's pretty mean. Lose on time, but I learned my lesson. Yeah, exactly. They're comprehensible mean. That was exactly that last level was exactly what I was expecting in my mind's eye before starting Monkey Ball. I was like, it's probably gonna be pretty tricky. Be pretty precise. But not like, check out this weird shape. This is a level, right? I'm glad we're seeing a little bit of this, because this definitely recolors my impression of the series. Like an indie dev or a novice dev trying what ended up being Monkey Ball 2 as their first ever game makes sense to me, but I was like, there's no way Monkey Ball 2 was considered acceptable of the people making it. Yeah. Yeah, they've also really focused on legibility, I think. Like, this feels more designed for the weird claustrophobic camera angle. And when they have moving things, they're usually not so large that you can't tell that it's moving. Yeah, it's like, this is a really tricky stage, right? This isn't easy. Any stretch. Overdid it. Oops. I've been referring to some of these levels as exams, too. Should be able to handle this now. I think we established there was a really brutal level in Monkey Ball 2 where it was necessary to notice whether John Monkey Ball was doing the off-balance animation or not. You get to like go on a straightaway for an extremely long time without getting knocked off, and you weren't allowed to veer off-center even a little bit. I'm just noticing the animation here now. Part seems pretty hard. Oops. Interesting. Used to be more helpful back in the day. Maybe not as much with the new physics. I need to slow down, but if I slow down too much, I'll lose balance and fall off. That's okay. I'm glad we got to beat the ridiculous one, and then I could see the reasonable one after that. Fuck. I like this stage because it's very hard, but almost every time I've died, I felt like it was my fault. Okay, is this like managing diagonals slowly, basically? Okay. That's hard, though. Oh, they do give you a ton of time for this level. 90 seconds. I don't have to go through that super fast. That's good to know. I wasn't paying attention, but I felt like in Monkey Ball 2 it was almost never a variable time limit. Unless if it was like a super short stage. Okay, I need to do my end of stream lock-in like I did recently with Astrobot. I managed to beat the super hard bonus stage like third try because I had like minutes left before the VOD would go over 6 hours. Camera is the real enemy in that section. The arcade version of this have any way for you to control the camera? I imagine not, right? Really hard because you have to like almost sneak through that section, but then you don't have the momentum to carry you. It's really easy while you're trying to adjust and balance to just end up in one of the holes without realizing it. It's really hard to turn around there without falling. Whether or not I succeed here is heavily based on whether I straighten the camera or not. It doesn't look that bad, but there's like a very tight path around which you can cross the diagonal without slipping and falling into the hole. I'm guessing most of the 90-second time limit is for that section. Yeah, because like you have to get to that block and then turn around, but because of the way you turn around, can't turn around on a dime in this. To make like a slight hemicircle, but you have, or hemisphere, but you have no room on the block to do it. I think you kind of just have to keep moving here. I think if you try to slow down and stop on one, you will fall off. Okay, probably won't be able to finish this one, but good one to go out on. Speedrunners can turn on a dime, extremely precise analog inputs. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost you have to think about your turning as like needing to turn a plane or a bird having to turn in midair, right? I think another trap with this, I don't know if I'd ever be able to do this, honestly. Well, I mean, eventually I would, but I'd be stuck on it for a long time. The trap is that you want to look at the blocks, but if your eyes are looking at the blocks, you're not looking at where you're sending the monkey. Going left just to break my muscle memory a little bit here. Oh, I got further. Okay, I got time for one more try. Nope. All right. Tricky stage. If you're watching on YouTube and you're wondering, hey, where's the credits discussion? It's at 6:51 in the live split timer. I'll try to put a timestamp in the description if I remember. I want to go back to that. Thanks for putting on Monkey Ball. I am less stressed out by the concept of the series now, having seen the Monkey Ball 1 levels. But those Monkey Ball 2 levels were something.